Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavanava Girivarada Gopijanavalava Girivaradari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasodanandana Brajajanara Yana Yamuna Tira Avanachari Tira Vanachari Yayarada Madhava Kunjabihari Jayarada Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradari Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasari Go Rabhata Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Go Rabhata Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Radha Damodara, Radha Damodara, Radhe. Radha Damodara, Radha Damodara, Radhe. Lalita Vishaka, Lalita Vishaka Shri Radhe. Gita Vishaka Lalita Vishaka Shri Radhe. Jagana Jaya Jagana Jaya Subhadra Jagana Jaya Jagana Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Guranitai 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 Jaya Guranitai Guranitai Jaya Guranitai Guranitai Jaya Guranitai Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Gurudev 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 Jaya Gurudev Go Hribo 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 Go Hribo Go Hribo Haribo Haribo Go Hribo Jai Vishnu Paramahanta Parivrajakacha Akshata Sadashi Srimad His Divine Grace Vecharan Vrinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai His Founder Acharya Jaga Guru Param Guru Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai His Nara Vatmanacharya Vrinda Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Namacharya Brahmacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Keo Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadasari Gaurava Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Damodara Gopna Shama Kun Radha Kun Jagodana Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Mathura Dham Ki Jai Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Ayodhya Dham Ki Jai Nilachala Jaganapuri Dham Ki Jai Siddha Maipu Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Yogdam Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai Yogdam Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki Jai Samavira Bhakta Vinda Ki Jai Nitai Gora Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Guru and Shri Goranga. Namo Shri Buddha Krishna Pista Buddha Shrimati Bhati Teta Swami Tinam Namaste Corporation Shri Okay. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again to try to say something from Srimad Bhagavatam. So I first ask for the blessings of all the assembled devotees so that I can say something. I'll be able to say something for the beneficial, to be beneficial to everybody and myself. So everybody is welcome to this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class. Today's reading is taken from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 15, text number 2, 4. because test 2 and test 3 has no purport. So we read through test 2, test 3, and then test 4 has a purport. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So test 2. Tasmat Vedasinayam Devatajin Nama Putro Bhavat Tasmat Vedasinayam Devatajin Nama Putro Bhavat. Translation. From Sumati, a son named Devataji was born by the womb of his wife named Vedasina. Verse 3. At Asuyam Tat Tanayam Ivadiumna Ato Venumatiam Sutaha Ramiste Dasa Suvachalayam Pratiha Upajataha Atasuyam Tatanayo Ivadiumna Stato Denu Matiam Suta Pramesti Tasya Suvachalayam Pratiha Upajataha. Translation. Thereafter, in the womb of Asuri, the wife of Devataji, a son named Devadyumna was begotten. Devadyumna begot in the womb of his wife, Dhenumati, a son named Paramisti. Paramisti begot a son named Pratiha in the womb of his wife, Suvachala. Test 4. Ya Atma Vidyam Hakyaya Swayam Samsudo Maha Purutam Anusasma. Ya Atma Vidyam Akaya Swayam Samsudo Mahapurusham Anusa Smara. Translation. Translation. In Pratiha personally propagated principles of self-realization. In this way, not only was he, but he became a great devotee of the Supreme Person, Lord Vishnu, and directly realized him. What? The word Anusasmara is very significant. God consciousness is not imaginary or concocted. The devotee who is pure and advanced realizes God as he is. Maharaj Pratiha did so, and due to his direct realization of Lord Vishnu, he propagated self-realization and became a preacher. A real preacher cannot be bogus. He must first of all realize Lord Vishnu as he is. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 4:34. Upadishyantite Gyanam. Gyanina Statva Dakshinaha. One who has seen the truth can impart knowledge. The word Tattva Dashi refers to one who has perfectly realized the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a person can become a guru and propound Vaishnava philosophy all over the world. The paragon of bona fide preachers and guru is Pratiha. Om Gyanati Miranda Shya Gyana Jana Salakaya Chakshu Om Nitam Yena Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Nina Bhutali Swami Om Pakadamaya Dadati Swapadantika. Nama Om Vishnu Pada Krishna Pristaya Bhutali Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Goravani Pracharini Nivashisha Sunyavari Pashati Adi Satarini. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutali Shrimakti Bhakti Teta Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shitatmani Shigura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Teta Namini. Manchaka Patarobhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Ivacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sari Gaurabhata Vinaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say something. So, yeah, like we read from the translation, Srila Prabhupada translates the verse 4, text 4 as Pratiha personally propagated the principles of self-realization. In this way, not only was he purified, but he became a great devotee of the Supreme Person, Lord Vishnu, and directly realized him. So, you can understand from the purport how Srila Prabhupada put emphasis on the word Anusasmara, because he said that Anusasmara is very significant. Why? Because Anusasmara, if you look at the word-to-word transliteration, Anusasmara means perfectly understood and always remembered. Perfectly understood and always remembered, which means as practitioners of Krishna consciousness, we must always have to be able to understand what we are reading. We must realize what we are reading. We shouldn't just become like, what do we call it? Parrots, where we just recite the scripture. We must become the doers of the word. That whatever we read, we must learn how to put it into practice in our life. Then we become the representative of that word. And so in the purport, Prabhupada ended the purport by saying that Prabhupada ended the purport by saying that Impratiha was the paragon of bona fide preachers and guru. So that paragon word, the word paragon, the dictionary meaning of paragon means someone who is a perfect representation of a particular thing. When you become a perfect representation of a particular thing, that is the word. That is what the word paragon means. So in this way, Prabhupada is telling us that Pratiha was a perfect representation of reaching the Vaishnava court, reaching the Vaishnava system. In other words, he is also a perfect representation of all preachers and guru. So we have to become the paragon of the Vaishnava system so that we can perfectly represent Srila Prabhupada and his mission. Actually, the best way to honor someone is to make sure that you are able to represent the person's what do we call it? The person's mission. So if we want to actually honor Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara, then we should be able to try to become representatives of the mission of Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara. Because if we don't make any effort to represent the actual legacy of Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara, then we cannot keep saying that we are trying to honor Prabhupada, we believe in Prabhupada, we accept Prabhupada. How can you help someone when you are not making any effort to represent his legacy? So we should become, somehow or the other, we should try our best to become what? The living representation of what Prabhupada has taught us. Other than that, it will be a shame on our part, because we will just be a parrot reciters of Srila Prabhupada's words without becoming living examples of Srila Prabhupada's words. We realize that throughout the history, becoming representatives of a particular personality and representing the legacy of that person, it's more unique than any other thing that you can do to honor that personality. And that's why somewhere in the Bible, Jesus was telling his disciples, John 9:5, he says, as long as I'm in the world, I'm the light of the world. Then when he bade his disciples to go into the world and preach in Matthew chapter 5, he says, go ye into the world and let your light shine among men. He further describes that who in this world will light a candle and put the candle under the table. Whoever lights a candle, put it on top of the table for it to brighten the whole room. So go ye into the world and light shine among men. In other words, whatever you have heard from me, go into the world and let it manifest in your life, so that you become a perfect representation of what you have learned. And this way, people will see you, and based on that, what you are representing, it will propel them to glorify the Lord. So similarly, Prabhupada has given us everything that we need to perfect our lives. If we try as much as possible, as much as we can, to represent what Prabhupada has taught us, then we become the light of the world. In this way, we will be able to propagate the legacy of Srila Prabhupada. And this will be the perfect way to actually honor Srila Prabhupada. Other than that, we will be just beating around the bush. We will just be talking and talking and talking. And just by trying our best to represent Srila Prabhupada will be, but will give us purity. Because if we read the text properly, we understand that King Pratiha personally propagated the principles of self-realization. He personally propagated the principles of self-realization. This is the translation. Then what the next line, the next sentence says, in this way, not only was he purified, but he became a great devotee of the Supreme Person. In other words, in trying his best to propagate the principles of self-realization, Prabhupada translates that in this way, not only was he purified, if you do that, then we become purified by trying our best to propagate the legacy of Prabhupada. That alone is enough to give us purification. And then we live it. And when we live, once we get that purification, then we can become the real devotees of the Lord. Because whatever Prabhupada has taught is the system that will give us enough purification for us to become real devotees of the Lord. And if we don't represent him properly, and if we don't follow whatever instruction he has given us, then it is going to be very difficult for us to get purification. because purification is in the West. And the purification comes when we try our best to apply the West. Like when yesterday was talking yesterday, in the verse 1, when he was preaching about the verse 1, there was a lot of things that he was mentioning. How we have to become, what do we call it? Dedicated to the path. And he was explaining how Krishna is so merciful that he has given us so many paths, that each path, it doesn't matter which level it belongs to, gradually brings you up, closer and closer to the Lord himself. So all we need to do is to be sincere with whichever path that we have accepted, and that by gradually following the path and being sincere to ourselves, then gradually we get the purification to move forward higher and higher and higher. Like in the book titled Christ and Krishna, I was saying something about that even the worshippers of Kali, as long as they remain in the house of the Vedas, they will eventually be purified and come to the level of Krishna consciousness. So Krishna is so merciful. He is not left in any. Krishna has never left any stone unturned. It doesn't matter whatever level that we are. Krishna is always there for us. He has given us the process by which we can gradually be purified and get closer and closer to the level of what? Self-realization. And that is why in Krishna consciousness, the goal is not your success. The goal is becoming a perfect servant of the Lord. The goal is becoming self-realized. But in this part, in this process of Krishna consciousness, the goal is not what proves that you are successful. Being sincere and remaining in the path is your success. As long as you are on the path, you are successful. Because Krishna has promised that if even you practice, he says, a little endeavor on this path, just a little endeavor on this path, and protect you from the most dangerous part of fear. So your participation in the system, in the path, is what is your success. And that's why Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita also that if even you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, as long as you are situated in the boat of transcendence, you are sure to cross over the ocean of material miseries. So it's our duty to make sure that we remain in the boat of transcendence. And as long as we remain in the boat of transcendence, that is our success. We are successful by remaining in the boat of transcendence. Because every little effort that we practice whilst we are situated in the boat of transcendence, Krishna says is going to protect us from the most dangerous part of fear. So there is nothing that Srila Prabhupada has not given us. Everything is there, black and white. He says, read this thing. Prabhupada has said somewhere in one of his letters, he says, I've given you everything. Read my books. And when you read my books, explain my books in your own words. Read my books, understand it, and try to explain it in your own words. In the way you become purified. Because in trying to understand it, explain it in your own words, after you have understood it, like Pratiha has understood the preaching process. Whatever he was preaching, he understood it and he realized it. And in that way, when you really deeply understand what Prabhupada has given you, and then you present it in your own words, because definitely to present something in your own words, it makes it comfortable. It makes it means that you have really understood whatever you have read. If you read a book and you cannot present the book in your own words, then it means you have not even understood the thing properly. When you really understand something, then you can present it in your own words. In this way, you don't get people confused. So we should try as much as possible to um, live what we read. We should become living carriers of Prabhupada. And this way, we will be, we will get our purification so fast. Our purification will come like thunderbolt. We will get purified so fast, and gradually we will be advancing towards the goal of self-realization. So we have to be very grateful to go to Srila Prabhupada and the Paramparam. Prabhupada always says that I'm successful not because I'm anybody. I'm successful because I follow the instructions of my spiritual master. I'm successful. Prabhupada always keep emphasizing that he's successful because he's following the instructions of his spiritual master. He never deviated from the instructions of his spiritual master. He was and he was determined to make manifest the legacy of his spiritual master. And that, he says, is his success. So why can't we do the same thing? Our success will become we present Srila Prabhupada and the Paramparam. Hare Krishna. Are there any questions or comments? So I read the verse again. Verse 2 says, from Sumati, a son named Devatajit was born by the womb of his wife named Vredasina. Verse 3 says, thereafter in the womb of Asuri, the wife of Devatajit, a son named Devadyomna was begotten. Devadyomna begot in the womb of his wife Dhenumati, a son named Paramesti. Paramesti begot a son named Pratiha, and in the womb of his wife Vachala. Then verse 4 says, and Pratiha personally propagated the principles of self-realization. In this way, not only was he purified, but he became a great devotee of the Supreme Person, Lord Vishnu, and directly realized him. Hare Krishna. Any questions or comments from the assembly?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Haricakra, Prabhu. This is Yashodeva Das. I have a question, if you're willing. We hear in so many places in our scripture, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, that the science and art and responsibility for propagating Krishna consciousness is supposed to be on the leaders of society, the kings, the politicians. Do you think that's at all possible in this Kali Yuga? Or should we just write that off? It's never going to happen. What do you think?
No, that's why we say Krishna, when Krishna speaks, he speaks for everybody. And what we realize that in our normal life, in our normal way of life, Krishna giving us the idea that whatever great men do, common men follow. And whatever standard they set, the whole world pursues. In other words, if someone is a celebrity, if the celebrity does something stupid, by the time you realize a lot of people are doing the same stupid thing, thinking that it's all right. As long as he's a celebrity, whatever he has done is good. So it's okay to follow like that. That's why if somebody is blind, then if you follow the blind man, then definitely you are all going to end up in And that's why the leaders of society are supposed to be the knowers of the truth. Because if they become the knowers of the truth, then they can lead their citizens to the right path. Otherwise, if the leaders stay blind, then the whole citizens will follow their footsteps and go into the ditch with them. And that is why the scripture emphasized that leaders of society, like the president, the kings, and those, they are supposed to be the carriers of what? Of the true knowledge of God. So if they become the carriers of the true knowledge of God, then definitely they are going to lead the citizens on the right path. But unfortunately, in Kali Yuga, we are not seeing like that. In Kali Yuga, the leaders are so. When we say the leaders, it means that about 99.9% of the leadership are so blind that they are leading the citizens into astray. They are leading them astray. And that is why in Kali Yuga, the time Mahaprabhu is so merciful that he's making the path of realizing God so easy. He says, call on the name of God. And by so calling on the name of God, once, if even in that sense, even the most degraded among all human beings, just by calling on the name of God, he says you get purification. And by gradually you're getting purification, the eaters of the air, once you start chanting the names of God, the eaters also get affected. And once the eaters get affected, somehow or the other, they're going to be able to, the whole name is so powerful, it can affect the consciousness of the leaders, so that gradually they might get some sort of purification. And that's why Harinam Sankirtan is so very, very important in this age of Kali. And so all the scriptures emphasize, when in the Bible it says that in Acts chapter 2 verse 21, it says that towards the end times, things will be so difficult that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. The same thing is repeated in verse 13, that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. And in the Quran, Surah 17 verse 110, is emphasized that all beautiful names belongs to Allah, and whosoever shall call on this name shall go to paradise. Then Krishna also emphasized in Bhagavad Gita that of all sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names. So if even you perform any sacrificial act without calling on the name of Krishna, then that sacrifice is not complete. Can never be complete without chanting the holy names of God. So even though Kali Yuga is so degraded, but we are so fortunate that we have been given the opportunity by Lord Chaitanya. You just come to understand it. When Jaya and Vijaya were cursed to come into the material world as demons, they were supposed to appear 3 times as demons. And they appeared in this world with the qualities that is keeping us here in this world: greed, lust, anger, envy, ignorance, and what is the last one? Greed, lust, anger, envy,
madness and illusion.
Ignorance, and there's the third one. The last one, represented by Ravana. Arrogance. Hiranyaksha was the personification of greed. Hiranyakashipu was the personification of arrogance. Susupa was the personification of envy. Dantavakra was the personification of anger. Kumbhakana was the personification of ignorance. And then Ravana was the personification of and all these qualities, all these personalities, Krishna himself had to manifest to kill them, because these qualities are so like strong that Krishna himself had to come down to kill them. So, and we are the embodiment of these qualities. All these things are already within us. We are the embodiment of it. And so Lord Chaitanya proved to us that the holy name is so powerful. So in the advent of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the 6 qualities came together and made themselves manifest in the form of Jagai and Madai. So Jagai and Madai is supposed to be the most sinful people you can ever come in contact with, because they were the personification of greed, lust, anger, envy, ignorance, and arrogance. All combined manifested as Jagai and Madai. And what happened? When the Lord was about to kill them, Nityananda Prabhu said, Prabhu, if you kill them, then you must as well kill everybody, because everybody in Kali Yuga is the manifestation of these 6 qualities, is the manifestation of Jagai and Madai. So save them. So the Lord gave them the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And just by chanting these holy names, these 6 demonic qualities were transformed, completely transformed, to become the devotees of the Lord. Can you imagine that? That is how powerful the holy name of the Lord is. The holy name of the Lord is so powerful that it's able to these 6 demons and make them devotees of the Lord. So the question you have asked about the scripture emphasizing that this self-realization process is supposed to be carried by the leaders. Yes, it's true. It's supposed to be carried by leaders, because when the leaders carry it, it's easier for it to affect the entire planet. But we are not seeing like that. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has made it simple that if even the leaders are not carrying it, then we, the common men, can carry it and still get the same effect. So you can imagine that if we are able to propagate this mission and let the leaders imbibe it, what do you think the effect will be? Then the whole Kali Yuga will be transformed completely into Satya Yuga. Did I make any effort to answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Prabhu. I appreciate your
Thank you.
optimism, seeing the potential. It is possible.
Thank you. Any other question or comments? Because the holy name of the Lord is so powerful. Trinada Pisunichi, what do we call it? Chetoda Panam Majanam. According to Lord Chaitanya's first stanza in the Shikshastaka prayers, the holy name, the Sankirtan movement is so powerful that is able to trade all the coverings of the material world and punch a hole through the material covering, and the spiritual mercy will flow through the hole and spread its benediction all over the entire material world. That is how powerful the holy name is, especially congregational chanting is so powerful that it has the effect of penetrating the material covering and bringing the mercy of the Lord, spread the mercy of the Lord throughout the entire planet. So we don't have to relax at all. Very vigilant. We have to be very determined to make sure that we propagate this Harinam Sankirtan. And in this way, we can save the whole world. And the most amazing thing is that the more we try to propagate the mission of Krishna consciousness, the more powerful we become. Like today's test, how can Pratiha did? The more he propagated Krishna consciousness, he himself became so purified that he actually became what? He became the perfect representation of preachers and guru. In a question or comments?
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you for a very
Hare
nice
Krishna.
class.
Oh.
Yeah, I always appreciate your classes. You are fiery in your presentation. It's very nice. You should be fired up about Krishna consciousness. So I wonder if you could tell me if someone is so downtrodden that the performance of devotional service is very difficult for them, and they could maybe concentrate on just one simple service. What do you think would be the one thing that they should focus on?
Thank you for your question, Prabhu. That's why we say Lord Chaitanya is the most magnanimous incarnation of Krishna. He made things so simple. You see, during our time when we were in school, recently because of computer and all these cell phones and everything, you don't have to memorize things. Previously, when we were in school, there's always what is called the hot tea time. The hot tea time is mental. The teacher will be holding a cane and he goes round. 2 times 2. Your answer should come instant. If you a minute, you get a whip. 15 times 15. 15 times 15, the answer should come. Now, but today, so we were trained to memorize stuff. Today it's not like that. Kids are not even, they don't even have to memorize anything. They only have to go to their phone or their computer and they get the answers. But during our time, things were like, and that time, the easiest way for you to memorize stuff was to recite the thing aloud. Like if you take the times table, you'll be holding the book and because you want to memorize it, you'll keep saying it. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, 6, 2, 4, 8, 2, 5, 10. You keep reciting it to your hearing, and easily you are able to memorize it. So by saying something and trying to focus on what you are saying is the easiest way to memorize the thing. And Lord Chaitanya has given us that process. By calling on the name of God and hearing our own voice, it's easy to memorize Krishna, to get Krishna in our consciousness. And once we are able to get Krishna in our consciousness, then get the purification. That power of the holy name will purify it. So if you ask me, which is the easiest or the simplest thing to do in your devotional life, I will personally recommend trying to call on the names of God, chant the names of God. But when you are chanting, try to be focused and chant and hear what you are chanting. Because by constantly trying to hear what you are chanting, then it gives you the word to be purified. The more your heart gets purified, then the easier for you to do the other services. Because if your heart don't get purified, then it will be difficult. Everything becomes like you try to understand every service based on your own way of understanding things. And that will be very difficult. And Krishna explains it very nicely by that representation of the body chariot. He says your 5 senses, 5 horses, and the reins that is controlling the horses represent your mind, and the driver, the one who is holding the reins to control the horses, represents your intelligence. And you, as the soul, you are the passenger. Now, you as the soul, as the passenger, if you don't give direction to the driver, the driver will never know your destination. And if the driver doesn't control the reins, then they can go their own way and they will take you to your doom. So it's apparent for the driver to give instructions to the it's apparent for the passenger to give instructions to the driver, and the driver gives the instruction, controls the reins of the horses so that the horses can be tamed properly and be driven through the proper direction to your destination. But what about if himself doesn't know the direction? Then what happens? So the person will have to use the GPS, and the GPS this way represents the super soul. And Krishna being so merciful that he because sometimes we would not even have trust in the GPS itself. So Krishna said, okay, now the GPS is going to make itself manifest in your life. And the GPS making itself manifest is the Guru, so that he'll be physically present in front of you and give you the instruction. The instruction that is supposed to come from the heart, he will give it to you directly in your presence. No mistakes. And so if you become very attentive and you listen to that instruction and you follow it, then you know you are sure your direction, you are on the right direction. And then the easiest GPS, the easiest instruction that the physical GPS is giving us is that we should call on the names of Krishna. Chant the names of Krishna. And we chant it, hear our voice, and that will be the easiest way for us to move towards our goal. Because when we are chanting, we just have to, our whole motive is that we are chanting to let Krishna attract the attention of Krishna. We are chanting so that we chant in the way like we are calling, we are seriously crying from our heart that, dear Father, I'm in trouble. I don't know what to do. So please help me. So if you constantly tell Krishna, I don't know what to do. Please help me. Give me your direction. Help me. What can I do best to please you? Then Krishna himself will arrange for the things to come your way. And sometimes we will sincerely call on Krishna like this, and Krishna will bring the system of purification to us, and then we just ignore it. We don't want to follow it, because if you are saying, Krishna, dear Lord Krishna, I don't know what to do. Krishna, give me the direction to come. And Krishna says, oh, okay. Then here's your prayer, and Krishna says, oh, okay. Now let me start you from somewhere. So you come to the temple room, and by the time you come to the temple room, the person who has made garland, he has left a mess in the temple room. And you are the first person who appears in the temple room. You see that mess, and you close your eyes to it as if you have not seen any mess in the temple room, and you walk away. Then Krishna said, why is he calling me at all? He said he wants a system that will help him to purify his heart. Now I've arranged that this mess is in the temple room. And he saw it and he left. He's not making any effort. Was he lying to me that he wants purification? So this system that Srila Prabhupada has set for us is so practical that you cannot deny it. And Taraka Prabhu, assuming now you have children, right? Now, assuming that one of your children, anytime he comes to you and asks you, oh, Prabhu, what can I do to help you? And you say, oh, okay, you can clean over there, you can do this. And he will do it all right. And after doing it, then he asks you, You see, Prabhu, yeah, because I actually need some money. I'm in great difficulty and I need some money. Then you give him the money. You will not hear from him for a long time. Then another time he comes again. Oh, what can I do for you? Then you show him what to do. Immediately after that, then he asks you for another more money. So this particular child, anytime he appears and asks you for what comes to your mind? Anytime he appears and he asks for a service, immediately what comes to your mind is that, oh, this child, he wants something. That's why he's asking me for this service. So his service becomes a conditional service, right? But if you have another child who always wake up and just do the service without asking you for anything, that is just what he does. He does the service without asking you for anything. Do you think if it's time for you to give something to your children, among the children, which one will you, wholeheartedly give the best things that you have? You realize that practically speaking, the one who does things simultaneously without asking for any benefit, he is the one who will actually affect your heart. So the same thing applies. Our whole life, our whole existence is for us to train ourselves how we can relate to Krishna. So if we always approach Krishna and we just ask for service, we ask for purification, then without even any condition attached, then Krishna will become very pleased with us and always will make sure that he makes the proper arrangement for us to get the purification and go closer and closer to him. So the question you asked me, personally, I'll recommend the chanting of the holy name, but we chant it, we have to be sincere with ourselves because sincerity is personal, it's individual. There are two people you cannot cheat in this world. One is Krishna, and the first person is yourself, and the second person is Krishna. You can't cheat them. Because if you are cheating, you yourself know that you are cheating. You are not being sincere. So you have to just be sincere with yourself, chant the holy name, be sincere wholeheartedly, and the rest is Krishna's duty to do it. Did I try to make some sense?
Thank you very much, Prabhu. That was very illuminating. Your light shines brightly. You're wonderful to hear from. Prabhu, you have a comment in the chat. James says, Hare Krishna, Haricakra Das. It is said that Prabhupada states that the Krishna consciousness movement will be prominent for the next 10,000 years in this Kali Yuga. I have given Gita to my family members. None of them have any affinity or want to read. Maybe taste is not there. I also see around me less and less people reading due to technology. It does hurt to see people around have zero interest in spiritual knowledge. Any takes on this?
Yeah, what we realize is that most of the time we as devotees, sometimes we become such holier than thou sort of people that we think that every other person is insignificant. What we fail to understand is that every living entity in this world is a devotee of the Lord, but they are devotees on a particular level of consciousness. So it is the persons, it's your family members' karma that you appeared in that family. And once you become a devotee, then you should see that it's your duty to somehow or the other elevate your family members. And how can you do that? Sometimes you give them Bhagavad Gita, they will not read it. Don't worry. You should give them reason why you should read the Bhagavad Gita. And how can you give them the reason? By your personal example. You render service. You show love. If the more you emanate love to people, automatically they get attracted. It doesn't matter how demonic the people are, if you express love, true love, sincerely from your heart to them, they get attracted to you. And once they get attracted to you, then they want to know what you have that makes you able to give that type of love. They want to know. But if they see that you are like such an holier than thou person, and that you are the most holiest person and they are like useless, then they are not even, you don't attract them. They don't become interested in anything that you are doing. You disgust them, you repel them. So if even we have to serve them, if even we have to fall down at their feet and let them realize that you are such a humble person, do something to attract them, to make them have the reason why try to inquire about what you are doing. I have a lot of personal example. I can, my time is up. I cannot go deep into it. Wow. My mom was a Muslim. My mom was a Muslim. My father was a Muslim. But when I joined Krishna consciousness, the way I dealt with my mom, I dealt with so lovingly with my mom that my mom, anytime my Guru Maharaj comes to my country, my mom will come and touch my Guru Maharaj and offer flowers to him. A Muslim. You can even understand when somebody is a Muslim. So, like I'm saying that we as devotees should live in such a way that people will want to know why we are living the way we are living. We should be able to emanate love, either among ourselves. You see, sometimes you preach to people, they come to the temple and they see the way we are living and they go and never come back. Why? Because the philosophy that we are preaching is so intense, so loving, that they want to come to us and see it being lived. So once they come closer and they see that we are not living it, then it repels them. They become so disgusted. They go and they will never come back. Like Taraka Prabhu, you understand, in the initial stages of Krishna consciousness, when all you, the pioneers, anybody who comes to the temple want to live in the temple. Somebody comes one day and he doesn't want to go back. Why? Because during that period, that loving spirit was being emanated so much because of Srila Prabhupada's presence. It was so vibrant that anybody who come in contact with devotees want to live with them, want to stay. They meet you in town chanting on Harinam and they want to come to the temple with you. Why? Because of that deep loving exchange. So that is the easiest way to attract family members to be able to show some interest, even to read Bhagavad Gita or try to do anything that we are doing. Other than that, there isn't much that we can do. But of course, just giving them the Bhagavad Gita is also powerful, because Prabhupada has said that just by them touching the book alone is also a benefit. They get some Agyanta security by touching the book. Hare Krishna. So I time is up. Tantaram Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Radha ki jai. Lalita Vishaka ki jai. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra ki jai. Shri Gonita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nitai Gora Premanande. Oh, Indra, Adi Purusha. bhajami Govinda Adi Purusha Tamam bhajami Govinda Adi Purusha Tamam bhajami Anga Bhagavati Kamaniya Vishesha Subha Govinda Adi Purusha Tamam Bhajami Govinda Adi Purusha Tamam Bhajami Govinda Adi Purusha Mam Bhajami Angani Dasya Sakale Priyavrata Mante Pashyanti Panti Kalayanti Shriram Jaganti Ananda Simaya Sadhu Yara Vigrasya Govinda Adi Purusha Tamam Bhajami 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 Govinda Inda Purusha Tamam Bhajami Vinda Jaya Radha Amudara Radha Damodara Radhe Jaya Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe Damodara Jaya Lalita Vishaka Lalita Vishaka Shri Radhe Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Palade Jaya Subhadra Jaya Goranita Jaya Goranita Goranita Jaya Goranita Goranita Jaya Goranita Goranita Jaya Goranita
Goranita, Goranita,
From Sarvai Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he is asking everyone to rise into harmony order. Vibhavali Deva, the night is over, Sloka Pravesha, the ether of sunlight has left. Now, will draw done by the Sato. Giving came the picture of constant flow. song sung by great Vaishnava poet Jaya Krishna. The purpose that when there are divine the whole universe was flooded with water. The ultimate dissolution of the material was very first of all, no water, all water on the ground, by spots of heat of the sun, it becomes very tight. So it becomes very warm. In that way, you have very all the water, the sea, the ocean, the land. Therefore, all the animals around Shita. You know, spots in the planting to then they are again times of them. And that's the only you have to feel the God. That you come from the and the time of Russians and prolonged. The only one of the now feeling that's why India was. And that time, Vedas in the cell, like this is what my whole we have in the office. What we step up is really small. The big piece, the great piece, is really honor, but not that only was a piece. This is our Buddha happiness of the unity. Next day. Today, how we use body difference, but it's about this. One year, no, there is a challenge. Next, you can manage it. It's often. On the back of the daughter, it's the main papa will sit down. Where on the one you just on the second dollar. See, that's no. Then, yeah, then, one, two more. Sila pasti kuat dengan tak. Di baik mana di throw di art on the ground sea. Then you can see it is in your no. That is the that is on the government of the few years. And on me, to look at the comes out. Say, from my I'm doing this the right here. So, all the planets on any different stages of the leaders and coming up from the moment. So, one more on the name, you know, and hope is hard, we what, and that time, Lord, and we got wow, wow, very nice, yeah, and it's more insect from knowledge. And we to be there, we assume we think they have been involved and we trust the pick that up on the stop. Next is Bhagavatam, not completed. Even though you are the demon who wanted to be immortal. So he took one number. then 3 million. 1, 2 on that. 50,000. Not to because you're one, 2, 1, 2, 2. Now, that's a strategy. Involves how the romance is a net in the now. And what up is how. But you should have, yeah, and up, land, up, there. Krishna. Okay, Krishna. Don't need that room for nothing. You cannot say man is and people. Come on, from your head. It's neither than what we stop. And you want to be not to be given problems. Therefore, you're not in it to these things. People, just look around. The Lord is saying that here, that the new teacher will be friends. They you can ease it. They're gonna be right. The level of the one and there. These that and it's not be bound. Bound है what when the Guru Maharaj has asked me 3 8 men that this group is okay. Not fine. And when that is bad, it's not realized whatever aware side is not and our mind doesn't mind. So, you want yours, you want then when you want it's so God is good. Depends on part of this. What's in God? Given by the curse, given culture, you will last out from bringing up, that was cheating. But we want to do here. Then, sing about the Lord. They all to believe, then they accept. And when you might not have saw that now, no, it's change. I appreciate that you can go to do it. Only, by 3 years, we don't have to stop up and down. Then, Balaam may ask him, very to please you back. So when my people like that, I'm going to keep it up. Yeah. Obviously, to be there, we might change that Balaam. Balaam is to be these kids, some things, you might change it. The Chalaya Sikhin Pramani will be one of the Prabha. For the Maha will be to itself. When Baba will stand there, be there, upright, by the door, therefore, carry the pain. Body of goodness, and forward, that is coming. For the Maha, then that's what you're playing. Now, we're not 7 times people on the church. And I'm going to see break over both opposites. There's a lot. I'm not he, then you understand D, getting to influence. And without background, prayer, yeah, it's the other. So, when you want to get back all the challenges, not in order, feelings, be glad, disaster, and better influence. See, out to the gather. But I know. Yeah. So, down, when you can make it in China, and Garam, said, gates, and then it's winter. In months, I've been going on. You have been somewhere. Why? That doesn't mean all I do is that we can not don't not was final besides each of us in the political law. Then, put a lot in the deal of the in the was the strongest individual. And God, who went forward to God and they swap, fall, you're going to, if you have us, talking them, and you're going to be on, you don't only rely on almost everything is simple. It's like, I really, very good. You like to and make sure you company or anything. Nasty, anyone can be this. Huge thoughts. Best experience. Then you guys down power. The power thing. Gave our is the next power back. He heard of it. Yeah, I think it's this. The other has a power. The thinking more. The south that in we form the all done progress. When you know that this is good. When you hear about opportunities, use that new plot that you know about law to a you can be, bar on this. That is not that you feel that all time. I said and very well. sharing our wonderful memories and gratitude towards one as well. And we thought about being in October today. We're going to come in like we are at the space. The meaning of Gospel Community Festival Worldwide and the City of September Community Festival Worldwide Spiritual Management in closer relationship with the spiritual answer. Some of the community? I don't know. Let's give it on. Better up than that's the same one. I feel Prabhupada expressed in so many different places that hearing Christian and hearing from Christian talk about others are things. There's no difference between them. And so for us, what is it? I was reflecting on what is it that is that kind of penetrates my heart with the SCG, and it is for me. It is a particular point in time when we decided to come together and reflect on the words of spiritual dynasty, the example of the spiritual dynasty, the inspiration that we see from the spiritual dynasty of all concepts, the instructions and stuff. And so, in these scriptures, we hear their best, their divine we will unify just to the access the access that's to saviors, that's to the middle mass of society or the other people. And so these that's how we made these words. And this is going for some the fact that when one certificates and the people who service of the point, they want is actually required to activities to things. But how do we actually become better understand and speaking the direction of the scroll. Who's so is just. And so on the day of the Yasmin, it is a time to reflect on the actual debt that we have of the spirit. What is it? What is it? The particular debt that we have is really be paid because it's actually the cause of you receive in the spiritual ministry. I mean, you pay this debt. And so when I reflect on this particular point, you can't really pay that. It's helped us to understand and go into the diversity. God, the poor is the regular third verse. So he really done about and so the spirit master leader is ugly, is ignorance. And if that training is something that actually draws to walk us to actually inspire us to actually follow us and somehow somewhere leadership who is certificated with the spiritual master and with that you but again, can you really make this step? Can you really make this step on the lesson? And so one thing that comes about when I think of it is that by actually offering the gratitude, humiliating us to our thoughts and words and these interactions from trying to follow a person away from the him who tries to behave this way. And he ain't letting him third voice. He's better. It is better. It's something you can't pay anyone. Like after love. He is my Lord and Master. And so this is the way that you actually can like and actually can try to use understand but our lives because students say the really should be answered very is very asked and it's to explain the spiritual master is the manifestation of the mercy of the sustaining of it. And so by as chief our purpose because between the very spiritual master of very Christian. And so again with the quote she so that we can actually hear from the relatively and she stresses that Glories is very good of the opposite. He thought he did not change anything. While the other, the recipe, what the opposite is, your people also will think the same thing. Not as something who's the power which has to therefore I'll give you a form. No, there is no. The same yes, the same simple, we have to accept. And then that way our life will be successful.
Thank you. And I wanted to person because I know where it's passing. So and I want to thank those, it's just really wonderful to see all this stuff together. Spontaneously to be the honor of the spiritual master in such a way that it requires it requires a determination. It requires a connection of hearts. Without a connection of hearts, it's not so easy to do anything else for the moment. Oftentimes we think making things on our own. However, that's not possible. It's not possible yet. You know, we come together. We can help as an offering for Jesus for the love. So I was going to so that I could be able to believe. And because when you guys all know, I can't tend to be all over it. Not all the shit that I can understand information about the Islam. That's things that I've been. For a time, I made leadership is in the God I forgot. Not only yeah, that's why I'm feeling this is how it is. Now, this day, you should have about you learn the right to all the actually the story is the matter has on so I just to do something is our version of gratitude. Is an express that gratitude that the disciple feels when spiritual master. And that feeling becomes reinforced when a disciple expresses one's own gratitude and hears others express their gratitude. The spiritual master's guidance and grace are indispensable for elevating and liberating souls caught in this dangerous and treacherous material existence. The spiritual master is not different from the supreme personality of God, as stated in the sacred scriptures. Meaning, the spiritual master is representing Paramatma in the hearts. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Guru Gita, Acharya Krishna himself declares that the Acharya is not different from him. This non-difference is not because of the merging of beings, but because of the joining of hearts. The spiritual master is purity and selflessness surrendered to Krishna, as with Haricakra at the end of Bhagavatam. The spiritual master is not just a conveyor of Krishna's will, he's also the gateway to Krishna on Krishna's behalf. He received the disciples' service and bestows mercy. By the mercy of spiritual master, Krishna is active. So potent is the spiritual master's mercy that the sincere disciple remains indebted, lifetime after lifetime. And the disciple strive to express that gratitude by dedicating one's life for the spiritual master's service. During our life, we ask to offer annual opportunity to meditate on and better appreciate our spiritual master's spirit. In composing or offering the spiritual master, we go deep into our hearts, going beyond the routines and superficialities that frequently crowd our consciousness. We focus on that which really matters, the supreme treasure of Krishna Bhakti, in which the spiritual master has enriched our hearts. And by hearing the offerings of other devotees, we see those devotees with greater appreciation, not just for their functional roles in this world, but also as devotees and exalted committed to the spiritual master's service. Gathering the conditional spiritual mastery. He's the literary incarnation of the supreme personality of God. By living the Vedic message in which he preserves and propagates that endless treasure of wisdom. Therein, five effective gap of fire for elevating people at all levels. And he also gives in Srimad Bhagavatam the rapid proof of the Vedic literature, that's the Bhagavatam, one of the three. The conclusive guidelines of pure devotion for those seeking life highest definition, eternal spiritual love for Christian. Also, the master followed in the process of the activated paradigm mission. Thus, the spiritual master represents Krishna. specifically Krishna, in his manifestation at Yakari. Through the numerous representatives of Yakari over millennia, cultivating us is our spiritual master. We, from him, we receive the treasure, this treasure of God. On the afternoon day, we worship the spiritual master as a manifested compassion of the Supreme Lord. And we give thanks for the day he appeared in this world, as well as the blessed day we met him and heard his words for the first time. So today, we come to you in a mood of peace. We come to you to connect hearts, knowing that you have been your life to bring compassion, understanding to all of us as we go to the world. Thank you so much. If I don't have anything.
Thank you so much. So we're looking for honestly, so anyone sorry about go on all so I stand here, express my gratitude to our Spiritual for everything that He's given us to set us journey into consciousness. And now I remember Maharaj speaking about this many years ago. When he was still a boy, he came to Vrindavan, and he said he never really knew Vrindavan for the rest of his life. Somehow, these around him. And he was spending his time in New Vrindavan, in the little temple, away from the main temple. And some of you who've been there in those days know that it was a little temple that he was there all day, and he was the only person there. And once a week, somebody would come with a new tape, Srila Prabhupada. There that tapes, there was no YouTube or anything else. And the whole week he would get that tape over and over again. And then maybe a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, another tape would come. And Maharaj said that he pretty much thought that was going to be his service of life. He was happy to be in that temple all alone, serving the deities for the rest of his life, taking care of cows and serving the deities. And when I think about the mood of service to the Vaishnavas and mood of service to the Lord that Maharaj had, gives the inspiration and gives me the direction that keep serving as best we can without the need for any kind of acknowledgement or even adoration or anything else. It's really a mood that the spiritual master is asking us to follow. So that's the takeaway that I have. I had several brief but very sweet interactions with Maharaj, and I keep that in my heart. But the one instruction that I take away is that as best as possible, serve as much as we can. And that's the instruction that I'm hoping today that I will take my heart and continue serving as best as I can. Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much. No, I think I have to follow that instruction to take as far as it fits the piece. So I don't that Okay, so to read Bhagavatam is offered to the Bhagavatam as a video. And then we will
Above all of these human lady the world around them. In the sea of the fields, they're sometimes found by tranquil sunsets. Sometimes here the rays of God and beautiful flowers. They are open attraction, like the sea shelter of Krishna's name to drag. Srila Prabhupada, your life is teaching to our compass. Leading Krishna work guide. I believe that your voyage to Madhya is like a metaphor of life. As our revered and beloved Acharya, you taught us how to surrender to Krishna with love and devoted to the will of the spiritual master through the apparently insurmountable chamber in the sea of love. In these times, you're surrounded with almost continuous waves of despair, including wars, some divisions, diseases, and loss of loved ones. More than ever, we need each other to share strength and wisdom, to seek shelter in Haricakra, Harikatha, Vaishnava Seva, and Jivadaya. It is possible that we earnestly seek shelter in your divine grace as our highest aspiration, striving to be observant of the children God wants to know. Thank you very much. So continuing with the ones who decided about this, see, okay. You will do it this or praise God. Thank you. Excited that in this material we have one more year, among them. And other makes feel like I'm happy that we having one more year with him. At the same time, it's always reminding me what I'm going to do to show him, for him accepting me as disciple. So it gives me like it gives me another reminder of what are you doing? So please make me feel accepted. He has this program accepting what I'm showing my kids or what I'm showing around his mood. So I am on this day I'm praying to him to constantly remind me to be able to show his mood to my people around me, workers around me, kids around me. And with everything going on right now, school, we have everything, everything to think about everything else. And then at a time, by the I might do have the time to listen to lectures or have the time to do this or have the time to do that. So I wanted to give me this moment of just give me the mercy. I think that's what I want to say. Give me the mercy to be able to please him one more year going forward. I will video um, hi, Kamala. On this day, we thank you for the time and see what we should be sisters. Everyone was seeing you was so kind and so sweet towards us, giving us the encouragement that even though you're not physically present with us, that you are always with us and in our hearts. I want to tell a story of the kindness that you showed us this year. I always had this desire to always fulfill, but I always, yeah, our was so many people, it is missing, and oh, that's unfinished. So there was a high desire about something control the problem. But earlier this year, we were sitting, he visited, he's visited the Beaver Garden. And my sisters and I were talking, I was like, haha, what are you really talking about? I just continuously showed me it's not too. Sitting on the room and it was just, and we saw like different types of birds all came together. Bluebird, red robin, yellow bird, it's a very strange looking yellow bird. And we've never seen a bird that's surrounded before. So we did what we can do, the phone and Google Maps, a yellow bird. And it's that it meant that something good was about to happen, that something that you were thinking about before was about to happen. And the next day, we got a phone call from our community here to visit, and he was coming on his own. There's nobody else. Don't take my question now. And so, our team and we weren't sure what exactly what his, his evening arrangement is going to be. And the projector told him this could be our opportunity to cook the garage. I was like, are you sure? And so we were trying to arrange Marge's meal. We had a couple of arrangements. There was one afternoon that we were supposed to cook for him, and but then he had other reset days, and we didn't get a chance to cook for him. And so I'm very sad and just anxious, like, oh my goodness, am I gonna get this chance? Is this opportunity going to just slip away from my hands when it's so close? And so we were just like trying to figure out what would be the best opportunity to cook for Marge. We're coordinating with the Marge's close associates to see when we will get a chance to do that. And Marge is potentially here just been, and we're all here just doing his rounds. And I was just thinking in the back of my mind, I said, dang it, just myself, so strict to him and asked him. But I was like very, nervous and no pressure to it. And right around the time when we were ready, when he came to me and he said, "Why don't you just go and talk to him yourself?" I was like, and so I like, it's an knowledge, so like, make a meal for you while you're here. So I was wondering if there was any, time in your schedule to allow for us to do that. And he looked at me and smiled and he said, "Make a meal available and see what happens." And I was like, okay. Rock that hard. So we went home and it was a big lunch at that time. And so we decided we're just going to make dinner for him and we made a small dinner and see if it would be an opportunity to come. So we went home, we made a meal, and we were waiting to hear back to see if Mark was going to be available for the night or for dinner or not. And anybody who knows me is my cook wants to serve hot right off the stove. Right after the beans finished eating, I want to serve it right away. So, they sitting there saying, "Sure, well, I want to go cold, and then you have to reheat it out of the March." Some this situation. I want it to come right off the stove, after the beans are eaten. And so I was sitting there, and Mark just said, "Make it available, and you'll see what happens." I'll just surprise. And right after we offered him over to relatively young us, the guy from Corporate Marriage ready for today. And the timing is just couldn't be more perfect. And so we got everything ready and brought Christian into knowledge. And we set it out on the end outside for him to finish. And once he finished, he came out of his room. He was such a wonderful man. So grateful to him that he didn't have to be out. He didn't have to come out and just address us or anything like that. But he was just so kind that he kept his word. So I just want to be on this day. Just thank you so much for showing me so much kindness, and I pray that I can pay that kindness for. I appreciate it. I'm going to talk about how sweet and how it is and much is so wild is. And I think our seeing that bird was just so like random and we're looking it up and being able to come and like lessons the way we did. And it was really saying about how you go to the program and say you see my from a distance and so we get to go and return. There's all but basically our first question where you're able to happen based on community and associate and with this hip hop and everything. So just associate music and do that because he knows how we all want to see him and associate him that way. So he always makes sure that he does it or he just shows up when he needs to, I guess. He just knows it and he shows up and fulfills that. And I just want to thank him for being such a lovable figure and being the person that he is because he is just showed us just how to love each other and how to love Krishna. Right? That's the most important that he's shown us social media and I really appreciate it. So thank you all for that. Really, let's take the offerings. Sure. Yeah, that one really so I'm saying that to be for him for so long. That was the best thing that we could ever see cycles. And I remember he was coming in front of his he wanted to get rushed to that was like now to see him he was pain and we so incredible how much disturb him. Also the him it also was like dream come people and just seeing the temple, the abilities and the nice talk I say things speaking about when we spend time being on before technology. Yeah, it was so wonderful that we can have that kind of thing. So thank you for what being here. I'll see if that was in the range. Dear Guru, please accept my humble blessings of Constitution Prabhupada of Lord Dynasty. On this special day of Yom Puja, I want to take the time to express my sincere appreciation for you. Thank you for accepting me as a disciple and taking me under your shelter. I admire your dedication to Sri Prabhupada and appreciate your shamanship throughout the world. One particular one that appears in my heart is so many people village. It's amazing how the Bhagavatam Valley, with all the 78 temples and the hill. The Union River is there in many different places. This ancient deity is like separate between God. Even that is affiliates with speakings of the law. The worship teaching out of God's heart are told and they desire of the their merciful glasses with so much forgiveness upon all. Thank you so much for bringing this TV to all of us. It is truly a blessing. Thank you for showing me, for your example, how being with God was the conscience. Everywhere you go, you bring the glory of God as that in your heart. Whoever comes into discovery immediately becomes impressed with that speaking of God. Your sweet care and love for all beings permeate your every word and action. Every single soul who comes in contact with you is truly blessed and fortunate. I pray to be able to develop understanding of what it really means to have love in one's heart by being able to gather and find out. Thank you for every single thing you do. I'm extremely grateful for you and pray that in my life to easily and live in a way that will be able to you. With a heart of appreciation, your spiritual daughters, servant, David, we today, God.
Thank you so much. It's so hard to hear how just sometimes is encouraging you as to so many experiences. We're friends and well wishers and Shiksha disciples of Maharaj also expressed throughout this really conference. Rather than when that's the first time, you know, to say a few words of gratitude to Maharaj, and then we'll all go to the next level, or just to express the gratitude as well.
I just wanted to share, as a share the cycle of the solar since 1980. It's really amazing to see how this movie has changed over the years. Where it's about this yeah, since those very, very early days of being able to see him with his role as Dr. Teaching Arch of the State of Austin. There was always a connection, as everyone knows, between both of them. And what I've always seen is the move that Dr. Teaching Arch has is the same move that Bernadette was on with. as the years went on. And that mood was a mood of always trying to be available, making themselves available for others. That's something I learned from both of us. That they didn't really think about themselves so much. Of course, we have these bodies, we definitely there's some ways that they had to care for themselves. That was not the most important thing that I learned from them in terms of how to watch, themselves available. So something I saw is that both like that, and especially with Radha Swami, but many churches in the early days of Islam, even to the point where he was ostracized from Islam, and yet he lived the golden monk for many years. What I saw during those times was that care for others